Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the sixth round of the Cape Town Masters Challenge 2024. You know, I gotta sneak up onto you guys so I don't scare you. It's not like pounce or anything like that. But yeah, I am here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Pipette was first, which is never seen before footage. And we have Mega Man Maniac. Sorry, I had to move the camera because it just wasn't, capturing good lighting and stuff like that. And I think this one is a little bit better. We have John Chandler. We want the snack report of which pizza you got and what the toppings were and stuff. And we have Musi, Lernbos, Haas, Marvel, Masteric. It's a very interesting emote. Booty Salad Banks. Wait, I know who that is. I think I know them from Twitter. If you're hearing background noises, my mom's chatting to someone in the next room. You're here to make me smile. Sorry. Deadpan only. Only deadpans. Giant Pixels is here. Nightwolf is here. I love that we have so many humans who have streaks in the chat. We have Smart Sky with a 20 stream streak, and Waterfall with a 7 stream streak. Mega, excuse me, sorry, I've been eating watermelon. A 5 stream streak. Yes. And yeah, I think this round is going to be super spicy. Pizza toppings with pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, and mixed peppers. So you like your bell peppers then? Pepperoni and sausage. Never heard of that before. Back to not trying to make you smile anymore then. Okay, you did not succeed, unfortunately. My streak broke because I was sleeping yesterday. Sleep is an important food group. I took a nap under the table. That's the sort of dedication we have on the stream. 20 streams is a lot of streams. Doesn't have time for the hot tub anymore. You only have a 5 streak. Magic pizza with magic mushrooms. Yeah, listen, if you live in the wizarding world, everything happens to be magical. All right, so we're here to talk about the pairings. So we'll take a look at the overview of this round, and then we will jump straight into the games. Alrighty, so let's take a look. On board 1, we have Jan Karsten himself. He has clawed his way back to board 1, where he rightfully belongs as the top seed with 4.5 out of 5 points, the only person on 4.5 at the moment. With Mazibuko, Kanya Mazibuko. If he had his name combined together, it would be Kazibuko. Yeah, Kanya Mazibuko with 5 out of 5. Really, putting in all the effort over there. He's already on plus 48 FIDE rating with a whopping 2700 performance rating, having beaten everyone in his way so far. Andre Skitter 1700, 1400, and then 1800, 2200, 2100, and now Jan, the top seed, who is 2300. And if he pulls off a win or a draw, then I truly don't believe that he can be stopped unless something miraculous happens. On board 2, we have Watu Kabesi on 4 out of 5 versus the only other person on 4 out of 5, which is Craig Willenberg. And it's actually his wife in the very next room with their 2 beautiful children, Katie and little baby Daniel. So yeah, they're here to support. I feel like if you are born into a chess family, and Lauren and I actually competed in the World Olympiad together in 2016. It was her first Olympiad, it was my first Olympiad, and we were in Baku, Azerbaijan, and we actually shared a room together. I think that her and Craig were still dating at the time, and the Wi-Fi in the room was so bad that you had to sit at the foot of the door in order to get a good connection. So that's where I would find her after meal times talking to Craig on the phone. It was the most adorable thing in the world. But it's always nice to have that sort of moral support, and yeah, it's wholesome. On board 3 with 3.5 out of 5. There are actually 5 players on 3.5 out of 5. Charlton, Nyasta, Matvey Rogoff, Calvin Klaassen, Edward Potgieter, and Waylon Brander. And then, of course, a whole bucket of people on 3. Yes, a collective noun for people in a chess tournament is a bucket. 10 people on 3 out of 5. Okay, let's double check chat, because I think the pairings were covering chat for a moment. Could have gotten 15 this morning alone. I think I missed out on some context. You have to do grocery shopping? Don't you do online grocery shopping though? Let's try for that cola sponsorship. Oh yes, I have a Coca-Cola with me. I'm not a nerd, I'm super cool. Peaked in the 8th grade, then chilled. That's usually how it is, isn't it? Yeah, going for that GM title for sure. If he were playing in a GM norm section, he would definitely be halfway there. Family chess outing. Does Beck know about this? That I shared a room with with Lauren. So she is also part of a chess family of 3 sisters who play. There's Megan van Niekerk, who is a woman international master-elect and will be getting married soon. Then she's the youngest. The second eldest is Robin, who I actually thought had a title. I thought she was Woman CM or Woman FM, but I guess she's not there yet. But she is playing in the advanced section. Robin Klaassen, who is formerly Robin van Niekerk, and Robin and Lauren Willenberg, who is formerly Lauren van Niekerk, who is a Woman FM, and she's here supporting Craig. A bucket of chess players. Educational stream. Yeah, we have to learn about our collective nouns, from a young age. It's very important. I participated in a school activity. I still remember this from like junior school, primary school, where we had to create collective nouns for different things, and we had to draw pictures in order to describe our collective noun. So you could have an umbrella of pizza slices, and then you would draw an umbrella full of pizza. I don't know. Yeah. Alrighty, so those are the pairings for this round. We'll probably keep up chess results just so that we can refer to it later on when we're looking at potential results for the round. And for the games, we'll start with Jan Karsten versus Kanya Mazibuko. Both players still in, I can't say their opening preparation, but they've definitely not spent a ton of time in the opening. They've played 14 moves, and Kanya is sitting alone at the board with Jan and his 5 pens. I took some photos in the playing hall before I came here. So we'll take a look at the opening, see what happened. It looks like it started with e4. So Jan in the previous round started with c4, playing the English, and now he is switching it up to e4. So you can see that his repertoire is quite wide. Perhaps he prepares specifically for the opponent that he's getting. So I have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. It just makes him very hard to prepare against. Bishop e5, so we have the Rilo pairs, and after knight f6, castles, bishop e7, and rook e1. I know that Kanya is quite well versed in Rilo pairs lines. He has played it quite a bit. He's worked a lot on his repertoire in that regard. So after d6, there's been c3. Okay, this is still normal. h3, prophylactic move preventing bishop g4. I found that Jan indeed prioritizes this sort of prophylaxis, preventing his opponent from taking control of, the diagonal, especially knowing that perhaps if d4 and black takes, you want to put your bishop, you want to put your knight on c3 rather than knight d2. And so h3 just prevents, tying the queen down to the d1 square. Okay, so knight to b8, making way for the bishop in the diagonal, but also to play c5. And after d4, knight d7, redirecting the knight, and c4 is a very nice move. All that matters here are important food groups. No truer words have been spoken. An umbrella of pizza slices. Well, that was obviously just random words that I threw together, but that wasn't one of the ones I drew. That is a very interesting one, of course. But obviously, the more ridiculous, the better. A promotion of pawns, a flock of knights, a diagonal of bishops, a castle of rooks, a blunder of queens, and a stalemate of kings. I like that. English mentioned. Okay. So there we have c6 on the board, knight to c3, and b4. Now to decide where to put this knight. I guess it's a good thing that the bishop's not on g4, allowing the knight to go to e2 if it wants to, though knight e2 would block the view of this. I will be right back in a moment. Sorry. So I have a little guest with me, and hi.
Hi,
What's your name?
Katie.
Your name's Katie. And who are you here to support? Who are you supporting?
Auntie Jessie.
Auntie Jessie? What about your dad? He's playing.
Ah,
Ah, did you forget about him?
yeah.
And are you playing in the tournament? You're not playing in the tournament.
I think the next one I'm playing. I just think.
Okay, so Katie is going to be playing in the next tournament. Yes, I am apparently Auntie Jessie. Well, thank you, Katie. Give me a high five. Yes, what a big high five. It's good to see you. And yeah, hopefully you can join me on this beautiful stream one day. Yes? Okay, sounds good. And then we can have a chess match.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you play a lot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't play a lot.
Do you teach Daniel how to play?
He's way too small.
He's too small, but you can just put the chess pieces in his hand.
He keeps his hand closed every time.
Oh, okay. Do you hold hands? Do you hold hands with him?
No.
You don't take his hand? Do you give him hugs?
Not allowed to pick him up.
You're not allowed to pick him up. Do you give him kisses?
I do give him kisses, but not on his lips. But my dad gives it on his lips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see the good chess that you play when you do play. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll help you.
Are you not playing against someone?
I am not playing against someone, no.
Oh, I thought you were playing against someone.
No, we are actually looking at the games of this tournament. Can you see your dad in this picture over here? Let's see. I'm going to move it a little bit and we'll just try to show Katie. So right behind this boy is your dad. This is your dad over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see his face.
You can't see his face. The player on board 1 has to move. Oh, there he's moving.
Daddy.
Daddy. Oh, you're so adorable. I love that. Okay.
Daddy.
Yes.
Playing against. Why not?
Yes, who is he playing against?
Warren.
Uncle Watu.
Oh,
Uncle Watu,
Watu.
you know Watu.
yeah.
Yes, you do. Okay. So are we going to see you here soon?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Is that a deal?
Yeah.
If you shake my hand, then it's a promise. How about a
Oh.
pinky promise? Okay, I like that one better. That's good. Okay.
Mommy, can we go to the sister's house?
I'll be right back. And I'm back. Sorry I took so long to return. They have just the cutest and sweetest family in the entire world, so I had to chat to them for a little bit. I also had more watermelon. Excuse me. Yeah, the watermelon's just sitting there, so of course I can't, uh, dismiss that idea. All right, so I left you with a static position. I'm sorry about that. So we were just looking at. Oh, he did play 92, giving away the pawn. So this is probably theory. And after queen to c2, knight goes back, and I'm wondering if he's taken a look at this. So this is move 14. Okay, and it's also the last move that was made. He took 9 minutes to play knight g5. So I think he's out of prep on move 14. He's decided on this move, knight g5. The nice thing is that if you were to capture, bishop captures, queen can always come into the game. So that is a plus. And I think one of the, I think Katie is busy knocking on the door over there. So watermelon, exactly. But all right, let's take a look at the other games as well. We gotta, choose our time wisely. All right, going. Ooh, bishop is on c7. Spice. Okay. I like the where is Jesse, or the Jesse command. Yeah. Please do join the Discord. My battery's low. Okay, I need to plug in my laptop. It's just because the battery was overheating earlier. It's a good thing I remembered. Our computer is plugged in. Can you hear the baby noises? So Daniel's 3 months old and the cutest little angel in the entire world. Looks a lot like Laura and looks a lot like Katie. So there you go. Okay, so Watu Kabesi versus Craig, who is Katie's dad. We'll take a look at their game. So Watu played e4, d5. Oh, we have a Scandinavian queen d6. There's a lot of theory that goes into lines here. c6, bishop e3. I wonder if he's going to Long-Castle in this game. Is he going to Long-Castle? I almost ruined it for myself here. Okay, let's go. Okay, knight h4, bishop g6. And knight takes, pawn takes. Okay, it makes sense that he wants to Long-Castle with the semi-open h-file. Queen f3, knight g7 and Long-Castle. First 3 months, and bet he already higher rated than me. He has a mum that plays chess, 2 aunts that play chess, and uncles and cousins for days that play chess. So he is 100% going to be introduced to chess. But it's always that case of, you'll have a kid and maybe the kid doesn't really take any interest in what you do. So there's that. But yeah, there are also, things that happen the other way around where, your parents are really good chess players and you end up becoming like a huge prodigy. So there you go. Yes, I know. He's got a voice on him. Apparently, he doesn't talk to anyone. So my mum has just been like smiling and playing with him, and then he goes like he ends up just anyway. I'm too young. I'm too young. What does SBWL mean? It means sales but with love. Something about where lane. I don't know what it means. To have a family that plays chess. You're going to grow up and going to grow up and play drafts. There's no GM parent and son. There's no GM parent and son. I don't know if that's true. Ever. I don't know if that's true. That can't possibly be true. Is there a GM mother and daughter? Want to bet? Well, no, because I can't think of any now. So of course you might be right. Um, we'll come back to that. We'll revisit that, I think. Okay. 41 or so women GMs ever. Okay, but like woman grandmaster, mother, woman grandmaster, daughter. Chances are way lower. Well, you don't know, there might be illegitimate ones. Might be a grandmaster who had a kid and they turned into a grandmaster, but you never really knew that that was the father. Ooh la la. Thanks for the footage. Oh, hey, Mubs, how you doing? Good to see you. Of course, anytime. So e6 was played, bishop f4 just to chase the queen away from the diagonal and pushing the queen towards the king. So after bishop c7 we saw, okay, so there wasn't anything on c7, he just wanted to momentarily, you know, put a pause on this long castling move that black wants to play. And of course, we'll see something like king b1, bringing the bishop out, bringing the rook out. I mean, while the king cannot castle, 100% chance of white trying to take advantage of this file. So we'll see some action down there later on. And yeah, let's just go quickly back to board one. I think after checking every board, we'll just go bounce back to board one to see what happens. I think Jan is out of theory because, excuse me, after Kanya spent almost 10 minutes on this knight g5 move, Jan is still thinking. He's holding his pen, which I usually see as a sign of someone about to move, but perhaps he's ambidextrous, where he's, you know, moving with one hand, notating with another hand. I'm not sure if he taught himself how to do that or whether he really can use his hands equally, who knows. Hikaru is GM enough for both. So if I become a 2700, I can be both a GM for my mum and my dad. Okay, sounds good. All right. So we continue with board number 3, which is the game between Charlton Niasta and Matvey Rogov. Already we're seeing a lot of pieces being exchanged. How many moves have been made? Charlton has an hour and 33 minutes on the clock, which means he has gained time since the start of the round. Being a GM takes a lot of dedication. Only a sprinkle of dedication. The rest of us are just really bad at it. That's all it is. Joking. E4, C5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. Okay, we have an open Sicilian. We also have an accelerated dragon here. And after bishop g7, bishop e3, he's probably just following the game, or partly so, between... Who was it that played this? Was it against Matvey Rogov? I really can't remember. Okay, bishop b3, and after rook e8, castles short. I thought he would castle long. D6, f3, and knight to a5. Just give me 1 second. Okay. And then Jen only has to become 2100 and win the Continentals too. Gotta love it, otherwise easier than and more productive to be anything else. Well, Jenny's been working on her chess, and I know that she's improved quite a lot since she started working. And after knight a5, queen d2, and b6, So it's looking mighty equal so far. Alright, so bishop h6, which I'm always scared to play when I'm playing white here, just because of how sensitive the d4 knight can be. So, ooh, bishop h8. Bishop h8. Okay, I'm just going to turn my phone upside down to not be distracted. Okay, rook e1, capturing the bishop, giving black the bishop pair immediately. And after a takes b3, bishop to b7. So I'm assuming that Matvei Rogov's idea here is to pretty much open the position as much as possible, giving those bishops more range and allowing him to sort of capitalize on the fact that he does have the bishop here at the moment. So Charlton brings his bishop back and ends up just trying to gain some space on the queen side. And here we start. So we can see e5 on the board, and I'm half expecting d5 to be the very next move as well. Okay, d5. And that was his plan. So he captures, Rogov achieves what he wanted to get some open diagonals and also an open center. So queen goes to f2, threatening probably two things here. Bishop to b6 being the obvious one, and the second one, well, this rook is doing quite well on the a file, putting pressure, sort of paralyzing the rook momentarily, also threatening rook to d1. Perhaps this rook rather than the other, just to put pressure on the bishop, threaten c4, and it'll be difficult to defend both of these. So probably rook e6 and then rook d6 or something along those lines. That is my guess. But okay, let's see what happens. Bishop takes b3 instead. And what happens if bishop takes b6? Probably queen d5. Yeah, bishop takes b6 was played. Okay, this is also fine. Ouch. Okay, still going to get the pawn back. Now white is left with double pawns. Both of them are left with dark squared bishops, and this is where all the trades came from. And the last move that was made was queen e2. With things looking really equal, Charlton has spent close to no time on his clock making his moves. Perhaps he's trying to reserve his energy and go home as soon as possible, but so far no inaccuracies. And yeah, I think both players have played just near perfectly so far. White is putting the pressure on black here because of the isolated pawn. It's very hard to progress on the queen side just because of how well placed all his pieces are in terms of the queen being on a light square, the bishop being on a dark square. Most diagonals and squares are covered now. And if we were to try and come up with a plan for black, they would probably have to play something like queen e6, bishop g7, king h8, and f5 to try and get the pawns rolling on the side, but also trying to maintain some sort of king safety in the process. But okay, let's see what unravels. Probably queen e6 being the immediate sort of thought here, because you don't want to lose a6. It gives white a passed pawn, and that could be the beginning of the end. So we'll wait and see. As 59 minutes. Usually does take a lot of time on his clock. Perhaps Charlton knows this, and that's why he's been moving so fast. Guys, let's be honest here. Grandpa, when we were younger, any GM ever. I wish I knew my grandpa. I never did. GM's not that impressive for me. I don't really care for chess that way. JR Chess Kid, hello. Haven't seen you in a while since the chess extravaganza, Moya. I saw you on the podium. Yes, I ended up winning my section with 8.5 out of 9. I was very happy with my performance. Quality of the games maybe Yeah, but I was told someone is writing a little something about that tournament, looking through, the quality of the games and such. But I had fun. It was warm. The weather was very, very warm. But I learned a lot about myself during that trip. I'm always on the podium. Don't jinx it. Yeah. I just like the rating that's above 3100 or 2900 plus. It looks cool on a profile. What about puzzle rating? Where do we sit on puzzle? Okay. Next up, like I said, we're just going to bounce back to board 1 and then go to board 4. We see some progress here. If we were to take a look at the whole cam, I might need to change things a little bit just because I think it's a little bit off center. Someone must have moved it by accident. I'll go fix it later, so it's not an issue. Okay, thank you so much, Mersey, for the lurk. I appreciate that. Even if you do have the stream up but can't watch, it always helps with viewership and such. There is something called ad revenue, which we score, which is nice. Which helps just make my time, worthwhile at the end of the day. Okay, so let's quickly take a look at this. So after bishop takes g5, bishop takes c5 was played. So my take on this position is, well, I have two takes probably. One, the reason he took with the bishop, then giving up the bishop versus the knight. I mean, there's always some sort of reason to that. I know both pieces are worth roughly the same, but later on, I feel like more pieces that get exchanged, the stronger the bishop becomes. So it's always really weighted a little bit more than the knight, so like 3.25. You guys might fight me on that, compared to the knight just being 3. So one, the knight is still putting pressure, which might overload the queen later on. So perhaps in a position like this where he's putting pressure, inadvertent pressure on c6, threatening to take on d6, he can't really, move the knight away. And if white decides to capture, recapture with the queen, because you still have to deal with this problem of the bishop being under attack. So that's a really nice plan by Jan. Another thing is Jan is more developed. So black still has to move the bishop and the queen in order to connect the rooks. White has already achieved this and has the right now to start attacking. If Kanya tries to counterattack in a position like this, it might not end very well just because he is underdeveloped. Why is underdevelopment so... Well, why is developing your pieces so important? Everyone tells you to develop your pieces, but no one tells you why to develop your pieces. Because if you don't develop them, it's like playing with those pieces down. It's like taking them off the board. And I think tempo plays directly into what we're chatting about now. And here Jan is definitely up some tempi. How did you get to this point? This point? Well, I'm at the bridge center in Cape Town, in Sea Point. In Cape Town, like I said. So I came here with a car. But before that, I moved to Cape Town. Before that, I grew out my hair. Before that, I started playing chess. Ad revenue on Twitch is such a scam compared to YouTube. Yeah, well, we are going to start working on both platforms. I suppose there is a way around that. Pipette use Twitch to promote YouTube, which I'm not doing enough. So those of you who are here and haven't checked out the YouTube, go subscribe. Thank you. Decline percentage. Of course, ad revenue on Twitch isn't ideal, but we take what we can get. All right. Do we not have mods in chat? Okay, I think this is the live position that we have in front of us. Now we're going to shimmy over to board number 4, which is Calvin Klaassen versus Edward Potgieter. It's cool to think that Calvin and Craig are brothers-in-law. Brother-in-laws. Brother-in-laws? Brothers-in-laws? No, brother-in-laws. That's what it is. Because they are married to sisters. Not their sisters. The girls are sisters. Brothers-in-law. Brothers-in-law, is that the correct English? Yeah. And the cool thing is the funny character, their father is here too, Lorenzo. He is both the founder and creator of, or co-founder and co-creator of Paradigm 30 Chess, which is a variant here on chess.com. It was their little baby that they grew, and his co-founder is Craig. So him and Craig started, had this dream, had their vision, and made it happen. And now they host events now and then, having players compete in the Paradigm 30 events. I think Watu might be one of the top rated Paradigm 30 players, and I'm not sure who reached the highest rating on Paradigm 30 chess. I think it was Dragon B70 or something along those lines. And then Watu beat his record or something. I think there's a bounty on his head. But yeah. The me saying or something is covering my ass when it comes to yeah. Wait until JR Chess Kid goes to Cape Town and destroys everyone, and then go on taking over the world of chess. Okay, we look forward to it. We look forward to all of that. Watu and other I saw a lot. Mabusela. I don't think it's Mabu something. It's Mabusela, yes. He's Brapella on in chat. Okay, so board number 4, we are here, and let's take a look from the start. D4, knight of 3. Okay, and Calvin has kept a very consistent repertoire in this tournament so far. We've seen the Queen's Gambit type setup here, and after, well, perhaps with G3, it's the Catalan. Let's look at the opening. Bogo, Indian defense, Nimzovich, variation. That's what I said, right? I said something very similar along those lines. Okay, rook c1, rook d8, castles, and that was the last move that was made. So 13 moves in, players have spent, oh my goodness, it took Calvin 14 minutes to play bishop to g2. So he was probably just looking at move order and stuff like that. So he spent quite a lot of time on his moves. 95, 14 minutes. I guess in a way, it could also mean that players are getting tired, especially with double rounds for 4 days in a row. You want to sort of rest your brain as much as possible. Yeah, but they don't look like they're too far apart in terms of time. I think Edward has spent like 5 minutes on a move here, 10 minutes on castling. So they're both taking their time in the opening. Okay, I'm back to board 1. Okay, sorry, it kept all of that over there. So Jan is still thinking after, or not Jan, Kanya is still thinking. He's 15 minutes down on the clock, and after Jan spent 1 minute and 20 seconds to play c5, he probably had that move calculated when he spent that 15 minutes playing bishop takes g5. This is a good way forward. I'm excited to see what happens in this game. Yeah. Yes, Chess Heroes used to do some commentary on that. Okay, so we're going to take a short break and then I will be back with more, but I will leave you with the whole cams. I'll probably try to just fix it, make it a little bit equal on both sides. All right, so we have the cam and the board, but we'll leave you with the board and the whole cam. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'll also put some music on in the background for you guys to enjoy, and I won't be long. looks like you can see me. I came back a little preemptively. I'm still here. It looks like the engine didn't quite like the we do see you. Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. The engine didn't quite like bishop b7, it seems. And somehow it's like completely winning after that. But we'll try to look at why the engine says so. Maybe it's just one of those flukes again. I just wanted to close the door quickly. Oh, Moobot ruined the jammy streak. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just put the music a little bit softer. I don't know if it's still audible. It's still like a sauna in here. Okay, we are back. The back attack. All right. So what do we have on the board? Bishop b7. Right, so we were going to look at bishop b7. I've been sitting looking at the games as well. Bishop b7. It was equal before that, I believe. I wonder what was important that Kanya had to play in this position. He had to play knight takes c5. Okay, I see. So knight takes c6 and queen f6. Which still gives white quite a bit of an advantage, but at least it's not +6, which is equivalent to a piece. So I'm wondering, what piece has he blundered? That's not very nice, Pipette. Drew Pass Kitchen, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Again, for the third time. Yeah. All right. So, maybe you guys can explain to me why this is what's such a bad move and what Jan can do. Perhaps this will be one of the puzzles that I put together. Rebecca had quite a nice idea regarding this tournament, and I'm excited to sort of tell you guys once we've ironed out the details. Hey Maripant, how are you doing? Okay, let's see. What happens if... You know what I think it is? I think it's bishop takes f7. Hello. It's okay. People have been in and out. Yeah, but it's fine. Okay, so I think it's bishop takes f7. Just spitballing, so bear with me. Rook takes f7, knight e6. Obviously, if the engine didn't give us any sort of clue as to what if that something was happening, then I easily would have just gone with c takes d6. But now the queen has to move somewhere. So let's say it goes to, okay, can't go there. It really doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. Let's go queen a5. And now knight takes. And now you're threatening the rook and you're threatening queen h7. And if the rook were to move, you could even play rook e7 if you wanted to be spicy. This is kind of scary. You could even play with the knight. I'm terrified for Kanya if Jan finds this move. He's probably analyzing it. He's looking through it. He's spent a good amount of time now thinking. Maybe even the other knight. Yes, so we tried the other knight as well, and it looks like the advantage remains the same. The whole point is that you'll get at minimum an exchange and a pawn. which is cool. Kabibi Shop, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow the stream. If you haven't followed the channel, know that you can follow a Twitch channel. Dawudim, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate all the support this stream. So we were looking at this move bishop e7, which really does look normal, like a normal developing move. But we also spoke about how the bishop is under pressure on g5 because the knight's attacking it, and there's also pressure in the center, and black is a little bit underdeveloped, with white having a lot more space, a lot more prospects in terms of attack. And bishop e7, such a normal move, then becomes a blunder because of a tactic. So there's a tactic on the board. I would have never spotted it without the evil bar. Yeah, or the crazy exclamation marks. It's not even just one exclamation mark. It's a full blunder with the evaluation pointing towards +6 at the moment. If you have a bishop looking at f7, you always need to calculate bishop takes f7. Maybe he just underestimated it. He saw it and he's like, it's not an issue. How I figured it out was that the engine suggested knight takes c5 here. And then I thought about it and I was like, why is knight takes c5 so special? Number one, it protects the e6 square from bishop takes and knight e6. And number two, it attacks the bishop to remove this very powerful piece. Because of course, if we were to compare a white's light squared bishop to black's light squared bishop, we would easily say that black's is better. Just kidding. It is a French bishop in this case. But okay, moving on. All right, current position. We'll wait for Jan to make a move. He's sort of contemplating. Hi, Raphael. Good to see you in chat. Good afternoon from Brazil. Thank you for the follow as well. Bad bishop, yes. Is the lesson to never play the French? I can't say that. This game started as a Sicilian. No, it didn't. I'm lying to you. It started as a Ruy Lopez. All right, we'll check out some other games just briefly. Let's work our way backwards. So on board 12, we have Mark Lewis versus Tiziano Nyasta. And so if you look at the camera, they are sitting on this side. There are more DGT boards over there. But okay, let's look at what happened in this game. Ooh, some brilliancies. Okay, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e4, b6. Okay, something like the Queen's Indian, but with the bishop on b4, perhaps then a Nimzo Indian. Let's look at the opening name, perhaps. Nimzo Indian Defense, St. Petersburg Variation. St. Petersburg Variation. I think Peter's Fiddler, Grandmaster Peter's Fiddler resides there. St. Petersburg. I've always wanted to draft a map to see which openings are from which locations and how many of those locations are in Africa, which I think actually is 0, but we'll see if we do some research. Okay, lots of pressure by Tiziano. Nice move to attack on f7. Ooh, rook takes. Okay, rook d1 was not liked very much. I'm assuming just bishop takes. Bishop takes f7 here. Because bishop takes f7, king h7, and then rook takes. Because that way, after queen check, king here, bishop takes. Oh, not king there. Oh wait, that's a free queen. Of course it is. Bishop takes. Okay. Maybe I don't fully understand the position. And after rook d1, queen c7, bishop takes f7. Is the brilliancy. Due to... Aha, queen takes and queen takes knight. Queen to a2, rook d2, queen a1 check. Some awesome moves, and so knight g3 was the mistake. After knight to g4, I'm wondering if this game would then be over, because after king e2, bishop a6. And I don't see a way for white to survive. Alright, these moves have been made, and it actually automatically went mate in 15. Mate in 15. Then I'm just assuming that after this check, it's like minus 63, take, and probably here or here. So check, and if the king were to go here, this would be checkmate. King somewhere else. So it's difficult to come back from that. All right, we'll move on to a different board. Brooklyn Waguta versus Ruben Salimu. FIDE instructor. What is going on here? What is going on? That queen looks like it's in danger. How did the game start? It started with a Ruy Lopez and a Berlin, anti-Berlin. Let me actually see the opening. It says no games with the position found in the database. That is a lie. Ruy Lopez opening Berlin defense. Okay, I wasn't wrong. Bishop f1 takes d4, c6, c5, c4, and after bishop f6 coming back, rook e8, g4. What a move. g4. Wow, is this theory? Still theory? Sorry, there's like a hair on my nose. Okay, h6, bishop f4, knight e4, knight c3, takes, and d5. Queen to f3, bishop to e6. Oh, but he can take, can he? He can take on d4, probably, maybe not then. a4, queen a5, and here's where bishop c7 was coming into play. So bishop c7 here. A delayed grub. A super delayed grub. Is he still living there though? The last time we spoke, I think so. I'm not sure if he's still living there. I mean, his whole family is there, so it's hard to just up and go somewhere else, I guess. All right. Board 10, we have Sherwin Klainsmith. What is going on here? Hang on a second. Okay, e4, knight f6. Okay, so we have an Alekhine. Knight f3, bishop g5, g4, and after takes h3, bishop e3, k protecting. Knight c3 was frowned upon. Not sure why. Okay, d5, c5, and g4. Alrighty. This looks very good for white, the spatial advantage. After a move like knight b4, I guess you could just play rook c1 and then a3, so that wouldn't be very lucrative. Queen a4 check, queen d7. I wonder. Can you play c6? Can you play c6 here? c6. No. Never mind. Maybe queen takes c4 then. Queen takes c4 is exactly what was played. And after f6, trying to play bishop f7, okay. Queen to b3, and it is black to move. With an hour and 2 minutes on the clock, And on board 9, we have James Dinham versus Ethan Samuels. Let's quickly run through that as well. Okay, we have Areti. And it quickly transposed into the Catalan. Knight d7. Okay, he also wanted to play e5. Now he has a sort of King's Indian attack going. And after f5, pieces were traded. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about this position. It says it's equal, but in my mind, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here. Oh, we had the same situation. Who was playing who? I think it was Craig Willenberg playing against Shabir Bawuddin, and Craig threw a little bluff out saying, "You can have the rook. I don't need my rook, but you can't survive without your bishop." So I guess in this case, the evaluation hasn't changed much. Someone is standing directly in front of the camera and needs to get kicked in the behind a little bit. Kindly move, sir gentleman. I think Daryl's going to ask him to move a little bit. Here we go. Thank you, kind sir. Bishop takes e8, so he accepted this rook, and queen to h5. So attacking the rook, I would say maybe going for an intermediate check before dealing with this. He plays rook e7 instead. And now evaluation says draw, but this is far from equal because there are two humans playing, and I feel like imbalances just could mean so much in terms of the end result. So let's move on to board number 8 and take a look at Shabir Bawuddin versus Regan Palmer. And if you were to go back a moment, we have e4, e6, a French. We never see the French anymore. We have the two knights. The two knights. Wow, he plays the two knights. I think he played this against me, actually, in 2016. I was playing black against Shabir Bawuddin, and he played the two knights against me. I was a 1600, and that was my best result to date, I think. Maybe not my best result, but it was definitely a good result. He was a 2100 at the time. But yeah, I won that game. Feels good. Okay, so now we're seeing Mr. Bawuddin, or rather Dr. Bawuddin, FM Bawuddin, playing... Oh, that's a crazy amount of pressure on f2. Makes me wonder what he's going to plan on doing here. Probably c3, g3. What happens if you play c3 here? So that seems like the incorrect move. I guess he doesn't really have to do anything about it. What if he plays h4 or b4? I like b4. No. Rook c1. No. What is the move? Bishop d3. Bishop d3. Oh, right. After takes, you take here and you're attacking. Okay, makes sense, but not easy to see. He plays g3 instead. And there was this huge dip. But Regan responded with the wrong continuation. So I'm trying to understand what he should have done instead. I think you're just supposed to take. Like, you're supposed to take it, and no, you're not. What are you supposed to do? Yeah, knight takes d4, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and then you pick up on like c2 or something. No? Knight takes d4. Ah. And here f6. in true French fashion. I guess the point is that the knight can't move because of the f2 pawn. Okay. Well, let's go to queen b6 then. And after c3, f6. Still in true French fashion, but at what cost? Jessie Command starting to show its age. Oh, hey Sprog. I'm here. I'm okay. We should take that out of the stream title, probably. I'm not sure if it's still in the stream title. Is it? I think it is. I'll just take it out quickly. Sorry. I'm Jessie. It's me. There we go. We should put coffee in the title. That's what we should do. Thank you, Karma Rocks, for the follow. Okay, so that was the last move that was made. And we'll still work our way up. Next we have Kenny Willenberg versus Luto Mfazwe. And Kenny's playing white versus Luto. We have another Sicilian. And this time we have a Mora Gambit. Delayed Mora Gambit. I'm not too sure what this would be called. Sicilian defense Tartakover variation. Perhaps it has been transposed. And now it looks like a Roxy bind setup with bishop f4. I remember playing Kenny. He never plays very orthodox moves and what you would generally expect. I thought knight c5 and you can't keep the light squared bishop alive. But now knight e5 instead, and you could, in fact, take. I would 100% take, which would probably be a bad idea. Although mine would be justified by the fact that black would have double pawns, albeit in the center. Okay, b3, knight to g6, and bishop to e3. Okay, we've seen this theme, which I've learnt from commentating at this tournament, that after queen f2, b6 would be quite weak. A common theme I didn't quite know before, now I do. I told you, commentating is learning too. Okay, bishop f1, rook d8, and queen f2. Okay, we saw. And probably knight c5 at some stage. Whoa. I'm not used to seeing the knight on g6. So this is a very nice move. Provoking a pawn push if he does play g3. But white knows better and plays queen d2 instead, putting pressure on the pawn. So perhaps he could have a draw if he wanted it. He could play queen f2, and if there is a repeat in moves, they could draw. But he decides to reposition his knight. He said, what piece is doing nothing? I should redirect that piece. And so he did it. Queen b8. I was always taught that a knight on g6 or a knight on g3 that puts up a pretty good defense against the enemy king or against the king. You got to chase it away with a move like h4, h5 or f4, f5. And that way the knight usually doesn't have a good square to go to depending on the situation. And thereafter you can get a really good attack. But this is only something I learned like in the last year. Come to Morocco one day. We need chess competitions there. It's good to see South African chess scene well supported. The stream has a lot of traffic today. Yeah, maybe the chess scene is not very well supported in terms of where we want to be and where we could be. But this was sort of my initiative to start broadcasting the event. You know, I approached I approached the president of the union and the organizer, and I said, listen, this is what I want to do. It was a big decision between playing and broadcasting, because I know I can benefit from both. Both of them will get me, you know, the chess experience I need, but also streaming is something I wanted to see through this year. And I think projects such as broadcasting events in Cape Town, especially being in a much bigger city where there are more frequent tournaments, I think is a good way to go. So Thank you for your kind words, and I hope I get to do this more often this year. Yeah, so after knight d4, knight f6, and that was the last move that was made. So 22 moves, and Kenny has 45 minutes. Luto has 56 minutes. And on board 6, we have Jora Suje versus Charles de Villiers. I'm not sure if they're sitting in this row. I think they're sitting in the next. I might be wrong. No, they are sitting in this row. So there are 6 boards lined up, one next to the other. And they're sitting right at the end. Okay, so d4, d6. Interesting. I also saw that Charles was playing b3 this tournament, so he's been throwing spanners in the works here. Knight c3, c6, queen a5. If you don't know what you're doing, oh my gosh, knight e4? What in the heck? I'm so confused. This is so cool. I love it. I love it when theory just like flies out of the window, because you spend so many hours trying to get, you know, your opening prep and all these other things right, and you end up having to just play chess at the end of the day, you know, using what you know in terms of principles and concepts and all these other things, and leaving theory behind. I love it. Sprague, thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate that. It's been good for us outside South Africa to see a local chess scene. I hope it grows. I hope it grows into something beautiful and big and lucrative for both me and the organizers and the players, because I think the moment you give a sport or any sort of activity an audience, it opens doors to sponsorship. And I hope that at some point we can try to get some sponsorship for an event. My dream, and perhaps I didn't really tell you guys this from the beginning, and it really helped that, you know, my interview with Ruben, he spoke about this a lot. My dream is to have and enable, you know, chess players in South Africa to make a living out of playing, getting opportunities to earn money through playing. Because remember, the moment you earn money competing in a sport, it then gives you the money and the funds to be able to play outside of the country. Your rating will be higher because you're working on your chess. Your strength will be higher. You know, our country will do a lot better. We'll find some more support. There is obviously a reason why our rugby team is the best rugby team in the entire world. It's because they have been backed by the necessary, you know, clubs, by the necessary sponsors, by the necessary people. They are doing like training every day. For those who obviously couldn't go into professional rugby, then became coaches. And that's exactly what has happened to a lot of the chess players here in South Africa. They couldn't make money through playing because there's just no money in terms of like sponsorship in chess, because nothing is being done yet. I know that a lot of people have a vision. So then they become coaches. So I want to help and change that. It's high time. It's time. The final countdown. Boards. I hope it grows into something beautiful and big and lucrative. What did I say wrong? That was my back, if you could hear that. Okay, so after e6, bishop to d3, takes, knight to d7, castle take, f takes, bishop e7. Ooh. This is like, you know, a move you make where the earth starts to rumble underneath you and then it goes grrr. That knight wants an outpost, and it's gonna get an outpost. It also has a backer buddy, so if this knight were to be able to go to a square like c4, then they could safely go to d6, and then you can't budge that knight. d6 is a very beautiful, weak square. for black. But let's see how he handles it. He goes knight d2. And he goes queen h3. Okay, I thought knight c4 here. Maybe not yet. Queen h3. Rook d8. c3. Okay, trying to reinforce his pawn structure. And knight c4. So maybe knight c4 was necessary before that. Knight c4 here. And then after queen. Maybe he was afraid of this. Because after... Well, I suppose he could actually just play a4. Queen a6. And knight d6. Or what is the move? Okay, support the queen, then go here. Because nothing's going to stop the knight from going there. Well, let's see what happened. Rook d8, c3, c5, knight c4. The engine doesn't like it. Queen c7 and knight d6. I guess I'm trying to understand what's going on. So pawn takes. So here it suggests bishop takes. E takes. Because if you take with the knight, then c takes, and queen b6. And this pawn is hanging, then the knight is hanging. So king h1, but then just queen takes d4. So what I think he was hoping for here is, okay, maybe he didn't take because pawn takes, then queen b6 anyway. And it looks really messy. Like, you're attacking b2, you're also attacking on d4. Like, it's hard. He takes and... So taking back is a mistake. So what he has to do here is knight takes f7. And the reason for that is because if rook takes f7, you play queen takes e6. Oh, you play rook takes f7 first. And then after king takes, rook f1. And then this is hanging. If knight f6, you take... Okay, this is very tactical. Oh! Rook takes f7 was played. But apparently it was the wrong move. How is it the wrong move? Are there any interviews planned after the games? I have interviewed James Dinham today. I have not been able to catch anyone else for an interview. I do want to get Jan at some stage. But it's hard because, you know, you're also catching them at a time where it's the middle of the tournament and players are tired. So I don't really want to interrupt them too much. So maybe after this, I mean, they can go and sleep, but depending on the result, I'll try and get them in for an interview. Yeah. Well, rook takes f7 is very interesting. Okay, we'll come back and... Alright, so let's see what's happening on board 1 again. What was the last position that we saw? Bishop e7. And he needed to play bishop takes f7. And he didn't play bishop takes f7. Okay, well, let's see how long he thought on this move, right? We saw bishop takes f7, obviously without the evaluation bar and without being, you know, without our spidey senses, we will not be able to know. And knight f5 took him 13 minutes to play. perhaps he was analyzing this bishop takes f7 and didn't see anything come from it, which I fully understand. But instead he plays knight f5, and his opponent plays d5. So not allowing this trade on d6, but it does give white an opportunity to still play knight d6, gaining a tempo. If he plays knight d6, rook b8, I think. But this I need the engine for. I don't quite understand the position. So after d5, even knight takes g5 is recommended. Knight takes g5, queen takes g5, and rook e3. This is the theme of the tournament. If it were a chessable course, it would be called the Rook Lift tournament. The Rook Lift effect. Do you even lift, bro? So I guess the point is, at any point, you can go to knight d6 to attack the bishop, but you can also go rook g3 to activate more pieces. So he knows. He knows. And this is the last position, or the current position rather. 0 bot 0. You know this game. Chess or this specific game between two players? Makes sense, thanks for the update. You're welcome. There are also 2 other interviews that I haven't edited yet, which is the one with Watu Kabesi and the one with Burton van Staden, who is both the president of Western Province Chess, as well as the organizer of the event, and then the one with James Denham. So yeah, 3 interviews, which I'm hoping to get edited and released later. Oh no, what happened? Some players wearing a Man United shirt, quite brave of them. Too soon, mate. Too soon. Oh no. Oh no. I don't watch English Premier League, so perhaps you guys need to fill me in. I mean, I've seen the memes, I've seen the jokes, so I don't really have to watch it to understand. But perhaps you guys can tell me about the season, and if it doesn't hurt too much, that is. If it doesn't hurt too much. Yeah. I also took some really nice photos in the playing hall right before. I might do a little bit of a troll around to see if there's anyone I can grab for a short interview as well, just to see, but I think majority of people are still playing. Okay, I'll be right back. We'll be taking a short break, and I think it's also nice to just leave you guys with any sort of current position and the playing hall cameras. So camera rather. Hopefully next tournament we can make another investment and have an additional camera somewhere. Okay, I will be back soon. Also, welcome new followers. Yes, Smart Sky is doing God's work. Welcome new follower, MTTS. Thank you for the follow. Amazed you know it's from English Premier League. I know some things. I'm not completely clueless. I know some things about football. Just become a Man United, Jesse. If you choose Liverpool, I'll have to instant unfollow. And what if I like Arsenal or Chelsea? Can we still not be friends? Is that how it goes? Camry, thank you so much. Or Cameron, rather. Cameron Heidi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Football, shrug. You follow Everton. Arsenal. Isn't it Arsenal? United is a great city. So many football teams. There's Man City, Man United, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, Everton. I know all the big ones, but that's where my knowledge It's limited to that. I mean, you see football cards, you see memes, you see people posting on Twitter about English Premier League. So it's easy to pick up on bits and bobs of information. But then when it comes to the nitty gritty about players and about team comp, you lose me. I don't even know about like football positions. I know a lot of people who play FIFA and that sort of thing. I think there's like some competition going on right now. You know, so many. Chiefs and Pirates are more of a South African, local thing. Bafana is also spoken about in some parts, some corners of South Africa. Book pens. Ah, that's a cool username. Oh, that made me laugh. Only know chess more than other sports. Yes, I know chess players and chess team comps for Olympiad. Arsenal and Chelsea, we can live with. Supporting Liverpool is like blundering your queen. Oh no, Sprug. Okay, I will have to burn my Liverpool t-shirt. JK, I don't have a Liverpool t-shirt. I think the only thing I own that has any relation to football is probably an Argentina scarf from the World Cup in 2010, as well as a Vuvuzela with Coca-Cola branding on it. Am I back for my break? I was about to take a break and then stuff happened. I'm not too sure what happened. I pop away for a second and come back to find it's all about football. Yes, and that's where it will start and end. FIFA's for putzers. FM is the real deal. What does that stand for again? What's there to know about football, though? Skilling your opponent and things. I don't know. Argentina, Messi. Yes, because we played in a chess tournament and our team was Team Argentina. And I was Messi Jesse. I was Lionel Messi Jesse. So yeah, those vuvuzelas. I heard vuvuzelas was used to intimidate enemy team. Football Manager. Ah, okay. Is that more like the fantasy football stuff? I know Carlson and the likes are into that sort of thing. Messi Jesse. Yes, I've had multiple nicknames in the past. Kind of, yes. Okay, I really am going now, and I'll be back soon. Don't misbehave, please.
Every player there better have heals on Crab Cop.
And I'm back to talk more about the game we all love. Yeah, I went to the playing hall to just check on things, and I got some refreshments and things like that. I needed some fresh air. The window in here doesn't open, so I'm breathing my own air, unfortunately. Yeah, ghost pointer. Oh, was my cursor in the way? I'm sorry about that. Was it? I was like, wee. Okay, what's been happening in chat while I've been away? Christomir with a 3-stream streak. Alco for live, good to see you. Chessweeb. Haven't seen Chessweeb in ages. Huh. Thank you so much for the follows. Let me check my activity feed and what's been happening. Thank you, Nestle for the follow, Black Mamba, and Ferrari FSX. Thank you so much for the follow. Chessweeb, it's good to see you in chat. It's always nice to have a familiar face and a fellow streamer. Finally, a true chess stream. What do I usually stream? Not true chess? Yeah. You have to be rich to be able to afford your own air. Don't have to be rich to be my girl. Don't have to be cool to run my world. I'm going full Prince. Just go to an oxygen bar. Why didn't I think of that? You can see people's faces when we chat. Well, yes, I have a camera in your room, just like you have a. You can see me with my camera. No Chessweeb. Chessweeb left us, unfortunately. So embarrassed. I should have tidied up. Hi, Glamdring. It's good to see you in chat again. I need to remember to, like, stop tensing up my shoulders. Okay. Well, I wanted to see if there are any results so far. Okay, board 5 has been completed. Charles de Villiers and Jorah Sujay have drawn. And Mark Lewis lost against Teziano Mnyasta. Alright. Who else is playing? I do want to see what happened in this game. I was standing by this board for quite a while, just checking out the games. So we had the last moves be knight f5 and d5. And then we left. So d5 took 22, almost 23 minutes for Kanya to play. And then after another 15 minutes, Jan ended up playing knight d6, attacking the bishop. Rook to b8, bishop to a4, attacking the pawn, threatening knight takes b7, and after rook takes, bishop takes c6. So just piling on the pressure. Bishop a8 apparently was a big mistake. And I can see almost why, just because, I mean, now we have like queen d3 or something along those lines. Maybe queen d3. Knight takes g5 apparently is good. Though I think an immediate maybe queen d3 is better. I'm joking, obviously, because c5 is hanging. Okay, let's get to the current position. So knight d4 was played, queen a5, and knight takes c6. Bishop takes, and queen takes c5. Ooh, they traded queens. But now it's not so easy, because if you play bishop takes d5, rook d8 attacks both the knight and the bishop. Stale pizza? Well, it's not in my hair. Paul. Imagine if Twitch streams involve all chat members joining a mass Zoom call. That'd be a little bit disturbing. I think some servers would break as well. I don't think queen d3 is that good. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. Aggro Caller, thank you for the follow. If Aggro Caller joined the Zoom call, we might have a problem. Because he would be aggro. That was a terrible joke. I take it back. Somehow showing absolute equality here. I wonder if you can still take, because then after rook here, you give up that. But there's also no need to. So you could just play your knight somewhere, like here. Or rook c1. No, that's awful. Rook d1 maybe. Rook d1. But apparently rook ed1 is better. Rook ed1. Not entirely sure why. I fail to understand the position. Let's check out Watu versus Craig. Okay, this deserves the emote that we have. This one over here. Brilliant emote. I need to know what happened though. Okay, so here, knight b5. You know, knight takes a7. Okay, it was played quite a while ago. And now knight b5. And if the pawn takes, bishop takes. Okay, and then it looks kind of tough. f6. What are you supposed to play? h4? No, that doesn't seem okay. What do you play, h4? That's not it. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Apparently queen g3 was better. Okay, makes sense. So bishop g3 was a blunder. Going from much better to equal. And then Craig found this very tactical move over here. Because now if white captures, it's bad due to rook a1, king c2, knight takes b4. Maybe not knight takes b4. Let's see quickly. Okay, knight takes b4, king c3. And rook c1. Because after king takes knight, there's this. So he might in fact have to play something along the lines of covering up, but okay, the knight will take. Maybe there's this. Because if the knight takes, you can take. And it maintains equality, rook a1, and you can just go king c2 without any worries. If they do take, you can just take on b7. And there's some ideas with the bishop coming in as well. So it's not an ideal situation because the king's out in the open. I mean, that's what Watu is trying to achieve from the start of the game, and now he's finding himself in a sort of sticky situation in terms of his king, so it's not over yet. But these players are not giving up so easily. When you explain a joke, it gets even worse. So explaining dry humor doesn't work? Ah, oh, rats. I've been doing humor all wrong. Is rook b6 a threat? Excuse me? Ban humor. Okay, no more humor. Why not c6 to b5? Oh, like this? So the reason he doesn't capture the knight is because of this move. Bishop takes, and the king will have to move somewhere. I don't really know where. You maybe just king d8 or king here, king e7. But I think it's just so much better for white because white ends up getting a lot of pieces into the attack. Let me see. Queen b3 is suggested here. Queen b3. Queen b3. Unfortunately, I'm not high elo enough to understand this position. So if f4. Okay, the point is just to open up and to destroy the king. Okay. So bishop b4 was the last move that was played. Oh, in the previous game that we were looking at. Rook b6. Rook b6. Well, it's white to move here. So white needs to sort through things. If you were talking about rook e d1 and rook b6, then probably still going knight, bishop takes d5. Maybe not. Rook e d1, rook b6. Oh, and rook takes d5. Rook takes c6. Rook takes g5. Okay. It all makes sense now. It all makes the sense. Yeah. It is looking mighty good for Kanya. Keeps bouncing back. It won't let me. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Let's see Matvey Rogov. Ooh, an endgame. 2 minutes for Matvey Rogov. Charlton still has an hour and 5 minutes. He's moved so fast. It's crazy. Black can easily just push the pawn. Well, of course, the bishops will just go back and forth and back and forth. I don't think anyone's going to make any progress here. Yeah. Worse time management than Anna Crumling. Not necessarily. We saw after quite a few moves that Charlton still had an hour and 33 minutes on the clock. I think in this game he's just moving ridiculously fast. Because he lost his last game, and I think he either has somewhere to be. See, he doesn't think. So it's not about the time management. I think Matvey is using his time wisely, but just the fact that Charlton's taking 0 seconds to make a move, he's obviously depleted his time more. But with 2 minutes, not a lot of time, by the way, to figure things out. See, there was no chance to even like think about a move there. Because of the pawns and the bishop makes sense. It always makes sense, you know? I need to make an emote that says, makes sense. Okay, king g6, threatening the pawn. Things could go wrong here. Oh, never mind. What a brilliant move. So he calculated this out. Obviously, if he took the bishop, it's losing for white. But now bishop takes f2, king takes g4, king takes f3, unstoppable. And it'll be a draw. And there's no way to stop it. So they will agree to a draw very soon. You'll see a handshake. Okay, they've agreed to a draw. Now he's going to take 3 pawns. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, a quick look at the game. Calvin versus Edward. I've never seen Edward before, but he's played quite well this event so far. And he's quite high rated for someone I don't think I've seen. Maybe he's been busy with work or studying. Edward Potgieter. Yeah, let's bounce back to the first board. Yana, 16 minutes left. On the clock, you can see his arm is sort of halfway raised. Perhaps he's ready to make a move. Oh, it's happening. Rook to e5. Rook to e5 has been played. Attacking the bishop. It probably does the same job as rook e to d1. You know, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop. And if rook b6, which is probably not a very good move. Maybe it is okay. You can still play this. And after taking, you take and take and take and take and take. And it's a draw. So yeah, we'll see what Kanya comes up with. Oh, he's got sport mode on. Okay. Did he just play bishop f4? No, he played bishop f6. Bishop f6 has been played. He wants the b2 pawn. Maybe he doesn't realize. No, I think he understands. Rook takes d5, bishop takes b2, and you can't take because the rook is hanging. But if bishop takes b2, rook b1. So this is losing then. Not losing? Rook b1? Aha, bishop a3 takes and push this way, sorry. Obviously the pawn's going the other way. Yeah, so push. You're threatening to take and queen, so that seems like the plan. Oh, knight e6 instead. Still threatening bishop takes b2. I'm thinking here maybe, well, we won't see this move, but maybe we'll see rook b1 and knight to e4. So rook b1, maybe rook b6. Let's see. Bishop a4 maybe? But bishop a4 and rook d8. So maybe something like this. And after rook d8, rook d1. Or knight c4. Knight c4. Rook takes. Knight takes. So maybe something like that. Knight e6. And we're getting to a point where if players are roughly, you know, sitting on the same amount of time on the clock, you know, one move can provoke a player going into the think tank. And they can't afford to lose all that much time because the moment you get into time trouble, you're not going to play as accurately as when you have time. So let's wait and see. That sounds like something ChatGPT would write. How did I learn the game? My mum taught me how to play when I was 7, and then I started playing tournaments when I was 8, and I played at school. I played at my local chess club, and then I eventually got some coaching, private coaching, when I wanted to be part of the national team. So yeah, a long journey with chess. Think tank? They have a think tank there? Metaphorical think tank. Yeah. Okay, games. They're both sitting up straight in their chairs. The game between... Oh, bishop f4. He found the move. He found bishop to f4. So now I think Craig has to make a big decision. Does he move the queen? Oh, he took the bishop. He took the bishop. And now, after queen takes, knight takes. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Knight takes and you can take over here. Okay, so I think that's what's going to happen. Queen takes f4, knight takes f4. And maybe this is the position we'll end up with. Because you have to take the knight, and after capturing back... No? How is that bad? Maybe you don't take the pawn? Okay, maybe g3 first. Okay, g3 first. And knight moves, and then you take the pawn. Yeah, apparently taking the pawn was just a bad idea. But he found the move! That's amazing! Albert Einstein is better than ChatGPT. Sometimes. Sorry. Didn't know it was a quote. It's a bad pawn structure. Maybe the pawns just want to go on holiday. They want to be on an island. But get it? G3 because of rook a1. Rook a1, rook a1, rook a... Well, rook a1 is not going to be good because after this takes and g3, you can't play rook a1 due to king c2. Rook c8. I missed this move. I missed it completely. King b3. King d6? What is going on? What? Why king d6? Can you not just take this? Rook c to c1? No, c to c1. Okay, I see. I understand. Everything is clear to me now. Okay. So much confusion. Hey Monster Frick, how you doing? Be careful of rook a1 after bishop e5. But bishop e5 is check. That's my concern. Takes, and takes check. Because you're taking with check. So king d6 and now king c2. But I guess you have to defend g2 as well. King b1 is better. But knight takes g2. Maybe you don't want to give up g2. King looks cozy on b3. Yeah, it's got a mattress and a blanket. Fine line between cozy and tense. There are multiple things that can be cozy in a bad way. Also following some cool games. True. There are lots of lovely games going on. So queen takes f4 seems to be the only move that actually keeps the equality, and he's thinking about it right now. He has his hand sort of like, you know, pensive. Oh, he's moving? Okay, he's gonna take the queen. 100%. He took it. He took the queen. And after knight takes f4, we'll have, you know, the sequence of moves that we spoke about with a takes, b takes. And maybe you can even leave the pawn on b5 because that pawn structure is just as bad as ours. And the pawn count is 6 each. 6 each, yes. And then the only problem would be this pawn. And maybe just chasing away the knight or something along those lines. Or maybe, we have this, and king b1. King b1. And king d6 has to be found. I feel like this is not an easy move to just be like, hey, I'm gonna play king d6. You might be like, I want to reinforce my structure. I want to bring across my rook. So maybe he's come to terms with the fact that he's lost the pawn. And he's like, if they take with check, I have king d6 anyway. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah. Anyway, I've said that way too many times. Glammy was really leading you astray. Compromise with Cozy. Polgo! Am I winning? I haven't lost a game yet. I'm really happy about that. It's mainly because I'm not playing in the tournament, but it's always nice to think about not losing, so yeah. Cozy with an S just looks wrong. Pog. Sounds like the Hungarian version. That's what I thought John was going for. So is the player you are rooting for winning? Who says I'm rooting for anyone? I'm not rooting for anyone. I support everyone playing. Minus some people. JK. Everyone's awesome. Everybody's awesome. Yeah. Okay, so we got the position that we wanted. Or that we thought we would get. And we think, well, I think that king b1 will be played. King b1 seems to just like cancel all of the tactics that Craig is possibly going to be thinking about. But maybe he doesn't want to hand the initiative or rather a free move over to Craig. So let's see if he ends up playing bishop takes b5 and king b1 instead. No, but he knows that g2 is hanging, and he knows that as well, that after g3, rook a1. So king b1 seems like a natural move after that thought process, I think. Jesse wants everyone to draw. Well, of course I want more fun games, which means more decisive results. So, I don't know. Where did we see the material imbalance? We saw it between James Denham and Ethan Samuels. But now the material's equal again. And Ethan seems to be pushing quite a lot. What happened? Okay, some moves were played. Yes, so he wanted to sacrifice the rook on e8. And then I wanted to see if he achieved knight f3, because I think after knight f3, the rook will just capture. Oh, knight e2. Okay, so that knight's going to e6 for sure. He chose knight e3. Huh. And maybe he's grabbing at straws now. g4. Oh, okay. So James is winning after this move, apparently. And it's 4.3, which is a lot of numbers. I'm gonna look at the engine. Queen takes g4. But did he not play this? He didn't play queen takes g4. Okay. Knight d5. Knight g3. Queen a2. Knight f4. Queen c2. Ooh. Brilliancy. Okay, now it's looking a little bit... Huh. I was gonna say drawish, and then we saw this because rook g6 will be played. And how to handle that? I don't think it's that bad. Queen d7 was found and it was the best move, okay? e4. And now it's white to move again. Ethan Samuels has 3.5 minutes versus James. James is 31 minutes. I like biased commentators so long as they're not biased in favor of people or teams I don't like. I see. Okay. That sort of adds up. Chat is also awesome. Yeah, like the Lego theme song. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Okay, Charlton Nesta and Matt Fager. Okay, we knew that. Oh, he played g3. He decided on g3 at the end of the day. He realized that he could probably not escape this rook a1 and that the king might actually indeed be cozy on this b3 square. What I think he's going for here is that the rook on a1 is not protected after king c2 and that bishop takes b5 is possible. And to add to that thought, Craig will have to find king d6. And of course deal with the fact that this knight may no longer be on the board for a couple moves. Everything is awesome. Yeah. To support everybody is to support nobody. Profound. Commentators should be impartial. No, real commentators are just tater tots. No, they are definitely biased. I mean, have you not seen the commentary? Was it for the air things, or there was some sort of like IRL online thing? I can't remember. Champions Chess Tour, perhaps. And it was James Canty and Gotham Chess. They were all making predictions right in front of the players as commentators. And Magnus said that's the only reason he arrived early. He never ever arrives early, and that's because he wanted to hear the predictions and he found them amusing. Commentators, exactly. Stats never lie. Sometimes they do. They lie a lot. Yeah. So the games that are still ongoing from the top 12 boards are Brooklyn Waguta versus Ruben Salimu. And we'll quickly brush over that game. Looks like Brooklyn has some serious chances of winning, but I think both sides are putting pressure. All right, then we have the game that we were just looking at, which actually has a ton of development and somehow still showing the evaluation as equal, that after king to e1, rook to g1, knight to f1, and I don't know what happens after queen to g2. You probably just have some checks, and I think it'll be a perpetual check unless something else happens. So it is a draw, but he needs to just make sure of it. And then we have Shabir. Hello, JR. How are you doing? We have Shabir Bahouddin versus Regan Palmer. And it's looking interesting. So black has an extra bishop for 2 pawns, but they still have the queen on the board. So what Shabir has to do is to keep the queen on the board, because then things are more unpredictable, though still hard to manage with 2 minutes on the clock. And Regan has found a move. He wants to trade queens, for sure. But it's also hard to activate your king when there are so many checks available to you. So he probably wants to go somewhere like queen to e4, or even just check first, king h2 and queen e4. But in a way that doesn't lose any more pawns and also enables the king to get a nice clear path towards the center. But Shabir has a minute and a half, so he has to make a move very quickly. I don't know if he's actually at the board. I think he is at the board. If he's not at the board, then obviously that's not a good sign. All right. Interesting or Crumnick inch? Perry, thank you so much for the follow. You're alive and well. I'm also alive. I'm like 42% alive. Wait. What did we miss? So this is Kenny Willenberg versus Luto. I think the last time we saw this position, things were in Kenny's favor, right? I think, what did we see last? Or maybe we haven't looked at this game for a while. Okay, there were double pawns. Okay, so he got his double pawns in the center, and perhaps he saw that as a way to, fight for an advantage by piling pressure on the weakness, but the double pawns did not last very long. And after queen to f5, they both have, 16 and 12 minutes, so not a lot of time left. Okay, he's threatening the e5 pawn. And probably wants to play something like bishop d3 eventually. The knight, compared to black's knight, I wouldn't give it a medal. I have to find some resources, and hopefully resources are available to them. Okay. Lots of things have happened since we were here. So, okay, the pawn got captured, knight to e6, and he decided to double up the rooks. Okay, fair enough. Bishop takes b2, so he gave the pawn. Here's a pawn down in this endgame. Brought the bishop back. Knight to f4. Why is this a mistake? Let's see. Bishop c3. Okay. Oh, the rook is running out of squares. Rook c2. Rook d8 is a mistake. Okay. So let's see if we can find out what Kanya should have played in this position. Maybe the other rook needs to come in. So something like this needs to happen. Let's see what the engine thinks. Rook f to d8. I am so good at chess. Okay, the other rook went to d8 instead. Bishop to b3 to put pressure on f7. g6 and g3. Offering up this pawn. Offering up this pawn, and it will be check. So after knight takes h3, king to g2. So probably just trying to get activity, but at what cost? And then I'm assuming this is not easy. Here, rook d5. I think he was afraid of losing a piece. So he gave a pawn so that he can have his rook be defended on the d5 square with tempo. And then bring the knight back and try to check. So we'll have to see what happens here. He didn't take! He didn't take the pawn. I think he still believes in this, the fact that... I can't believe he didn't take the pawn. What happens if king f1, bishop e5? Okay, rook c6. So king f1, knight c5. Maybe going this way might be the plan. But by the time the king gets closer, I can't really get much closer than that. This is intense. Big Steve with the tier 3 for 30 months. Whoa, thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much for that. For the sub. Big Steve! JR. It is low. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning to write something so that it could be released. I got a good amount of sleep, but I still feel like I wanted to sleep more. I just have like really big crashes in the evening. Yeah, the meds make me crash pretty hard. But I'm doing okay and I'm having fun, and this is what I wanted. And if I didn't want it, I wouldn't do it. So I'm not complaining. I'm complaining a little bit, but I'm not complaining. Anything I lose sleep over, you best believe that it means a lot to me. 6 o'clock in the morning doesn't exist. Yes, I remember that. Until my alarm woke me up at that time, and then I realized I had quickly entered a different dimension. Mm-hmm. Does too. Okay. Jan has 3 minutes. He has to move. He has to move. He's sitting like he's about to move, but he has to make a move. Oh! Wait. Watu and Craig are done. What happened? Okay, they agreed to a draw. I think Watu might have offered a draw in that position, and Craig had gladly accepted, not fully probably understanding the extent of the position, or maybe he saw something and he was like, you know what, I'm just going to offer a draw anyway. Oh, wow. Okay, wait, so there's movement. There's movement on this board. What is going on? Okay, so he took it. He took the bishop, and now there's an isolated pawn. But I guess the question is, how are you going to bring your knight back? You could play king f1, king e2, but then you run the risk of, you know, actually I don't know, king f1, right? Maybe he has this idea, but this is coming. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. What's the time control? Do they get any more time, or is this all of it? This is all of it. There is only 30-second increment. And that is all. How's the chess been this evening? Skurs, good evening to you, sir. It's like midnight for you, I think. I don't know. Is it midnight for you? What are you doing up and about? Pretty cool. Kanye believes that Jan is losing? Does he? Does he believe that Jan is losing? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Wow. Okay. If he wins this game, he will be on full score, which is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. But also good for him. So rook c to c1. Okay, so there is a way to sort of defend the rook and bring the knight back. He's still a pawn down in this position. But whether that's a pawn that can materialize into a victory. But also remember, you know, players are sitting on about 15 minutes or less than 20 minutes, let's just say that. And 2.9, you know, in Black's favor could maybe not mean all that much. But their current accuracies, according to chess.com, are 84% for White and 89% for Black. See, on Rotten Tomatoes, that rating is very high. But on chess.com, it's a whole new question. I don't think White can defend against Black's 2 pawns at A and B, and he has a Black bishop. I see. So rook c1 is probably a move that has to be made here. No, wait, there was a move. Okay, he did make that move. I was like, Black's time is ticking, but it's White to move. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, but we have the live position. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to leave you to it. I will just show you the whole cam and the board. and you guys can enjoy a little bit of the drama that's happening, the drama llama. It's only this game left in the top 6 boards, as well as the game between Calvin Klaassen and Edward Potgieter. So we'll quickly just take a look at that. Calvin is a pawn up and doing well in terms of piece activity. They both have light squared bishops, so perhaps the conversion will not be as difficult. But I will leave you with this position, and I will be back when the action is near done. Enjoy. Seems it's getting quite dark already. I'll quickly show you. This is me. Yeah, so I'll probably stick to this scene. I've also sort of wanted to add the tournament sponsor names, just in honor of the competition. I thought that might actually be just a good way to go in terms of letting the sponsors know that their name's getting out there, which is a good thing. But yeah, I'm just going to be around. I'm seeing a lot of moves being made on the spur, just because I know Jan is in time trouble. But we'll stick around. I just wanted to check out what's happening on the other board, board 4. And looks like somehow Edward was able to equalize. According to the engine, but Calvin is still a pawn up, and I think that maybe it can be converted just because of, this king can get to a3 and then b4 can be played and there'll be a pass pawn. So maybe there's hope. Maybe. We'll see in a moment. Yeah, so I think Calvin will want to get his king to a3 first. We'll come back. Jan is under a minute. Has under a minute left on the clock. And yeah, as we sort of spoke about, looks good for Kanya. We don't know yet what will happen. Okay, king f1. But I thought after this move, maybe black can just go rook d2. Maybe I'm wrong. Rook d2. Okay, e4 as well. King d5 was played, trying to bring the king closer, which makes some sense. Maybe king e2, king c4, and then it suggests rook a3. Oh, e4 was played. E4 was played, and maybe now trying to go after the pawn. Because this probably, the position's not going anywhere. Yep. Indeed. Wait, what's happening in chat? Am I missing some stuff? I had chat underneath some layers for a little bit. That all tomatoes thrown at players must be freshly picked within the last 5 days. Please don't throw anything at people. Am I a paid commentator? A paid actor commentator? I'm not getting paid for commentary, no. I'm doing this to start a little project. And the project is the, let me see something real quick project. Rook b7. Probably with an idea of playing rook to d7 check. And then rook to e7 to try and get the e4 pawn. Chat being sensible is as ever. Are they though? No money for Jesse. How's your doggo? Doggo good. Doggo good, but missing us. The last few days, he knows that roughly at like 8 or 9 a.m. that we're leaving the house, which is quite sad because he doesn't even like do anything about it. Usually he gets real sad, but now we just know he's sad. Okay, rook d7. I'm bagging on rook d7 here. Rook d7. Yep. King c4. Rook e7. Maybe? Systematically improve South African chess starting here and now. I hope so. It's a start. We'll get somewhere. Okay, King c4 got an exclamation mark. Yeah, so that's what he was planning on doing all along. Just to play rook e7. And yeah, I'm just curious to know what the plan will be. I will be so shocked if Kanya plays this move. Like, the whole entire world will shake. Like, it will tremble. Loving the crowd this game has accrued. Yeah, lots of people are very interested to see what's happening. Especially because it would be a massive upset. I mean, we can see that their rating difference is about 400 points. Huge win. Huge win for Kanya. He's smiling, he's talking to himself. What is going on? He's hovering. He doesn't quite know what to do. If he doubles his rooks, I will be very, very shocked. Yeah, huge win with a Y. We don't want another earthquake. We don't? He played something. What did he play? No, he didn't play anything. He was just notating the move. Yeah. 382 points. We're rounding it up to 400 because it seems cool. You remember when you beat a 2150 FIDE guy as an 1850 rated one? Good days. Those are always a really, really nice moments. Can we round your age to 30 since it's cool? Please leave. Did he play? No, he's still thinking. Can you round my age to... Oh, you can round my age to 30 if you want. Okay, he's taking his time. I think there will be a literal, like, earthquake. Oh, he played it? No! No! No freaking way. That was the best move in the position and he found it. That was the best move in the position. How the heck? That is wilding. Boom. Yes, I don't get it. That is crazy stuff. Come on. He clearly knows his endgames. Yeah, I have no words. Maybe you guys can watch the sunset while I'm sitting like this, and it'll just get darker and darker and darker until there's absolute darkness, and then it looks like load shedding, but it isn't. It's kind of overcast if we were to talk about the weather for a moment. It's supposed to rain. I hope it rains. A streamer with no words is not ideal. I mean, you can probably capture on e4 and the king would go to c5 or b5. Oh no, they will block with the rook. Block with the rook, I see. I see. Okay, rook c7 check. And once again, the best move is king to d4. I suppose king b4 is just as good. If he goes king b5, it's a problem because obviously you give up the pawn. So king b4, second best move. That's crazy. The sun sets on my face because my forehead is so big that the sun would set on it, yes. Is it an ASMR stream or what? Wait, why would you call it an ASMR stream? No air conditioning and no lighting. Yes. Okay, another check has been played. And Kanya needs to make a move. So he's going to think for a second and he plays king to a4. Okay. So the best move is to go back to c7. The best, not really actually. If he goes rook c7, king b4 again. Wait, I don't understand. Can you just go and repeat some moves? What did he play? Did he play king f1? He played king f1. That wasn't on our radar. We did not account for this. We did not prepare. If he plays e3, I want the arbiter to check his muscles. Streamer with no words. Yeah. We'll see in a moment. Because they did not implement any stream delay, because obviously entertainment is obviously better when everything is live and the live action. And we have Craig standing on the left. We have, I'm not sure who's standing on the right hand side. And e3 has been played. e3 has been played. Wow. All his muscles, all of them. Muscle check. Yeah, 20 seconds left for Jan. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Couple seconds left. He made a move. I think he has to take it though. He has to take that pawn. He did make a move. It just hasn't been updated yet. Oh, he didn't. He didn't take the pawn. He didn't take the pawn. What happens after rook d2? What happens after rook d2? Is rook d2 the move? Rook d1 is the move. So he has to find rook d1. He can't play rook d2. If he plays rook d1, maybe he can back it up with the other and then queen the pawn. But once again, it's like, it requires perfect play. Like if you play rook d2, I don't even know what the evaluation would be. But he has some time to think. Lots of spectators. There we have Schoen, Kleinsmith, Tiziano on the right hand side there. Jan does not look happy. Thank you, C. Bornel, for the follow. Yeah, Jan does not look happy. So we'll just wait for the final moments of the game, everyone. I will give you your space to watch and enjoy. And we'll be back when the game concludes. Oh, I wanted to see what the result was between Calvin and Edward. They drew! They drew the game, so Calvin drew once again. And, okay. So we'll be back soon, and enjoy. Okay, I have to note quickly, like, I saw rook takes f2, and now the position is just completely equal. Both players have 3 pawns. Even if white loses the pawn on a2, it's just completely equal, because king f3, rook c6, I think. And yeah, it's just, wow. Amazing. Sorry, I thought I would leave you alone, but this is just too insane. So many tactics from this game. So many players standing around. Honestly, I would have asked for my space a long time ago. The fact that Jan has kept his composure this entire time is 100% the reason why he's an international master. Okay, king e3 is in fact the best move. And after rook takes a2, rook c6, rook a3 check, and king to d4. Actually, because it's suggesting, okay, rook takes here, rook a3, king d4 instead. And if the rook were to take, maybe you play rook here, because then the king will have to move, and after check, king b2, and then you just push the pawn. Maybe not even push the pawn, just leave it. Oh, I finally get the play on words. Can you believe it? So it's Kanya. Can you believe it? Gosh, I'm so slow. So, and I think you made that joke earlier. I'm so slow. Clutch save with so less time, yes. I'm dumb. Leave me alone. Oh, did they draw? Wait, what happened? They paused the clock. They're calling the arbiter. Okay, let's just hang on a second. Let's check out the hall camera. And the chief arbiter standing by the board. What are they saying? Oh, there's drama. Oh, there's drama. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Claiming repetition? There was no repetition yet. You can't claim flag either. I don't think the time has lapsed. The time was paused. They were laughing about something first. Maybe his hand brushed something, no? He's pointing at his notation. Jan's dad is standing behind Kanya in the blue shirt, wondering what the heck is happening. I wonder if we can get access to the volume of the hall. I'm gonna try. You guys can tell me if it works. I'll probably ask the arbiter what happened and then relay the information later. He's pointing at something. Oh. Oh, what? He doesn't seem happy. Oh, he's pointing at the camera that there's proof. Proof of something happening. Maybe there was a dispute over the move. I'm going to the hall to check out what's happening. Alright, I'm back with news. So while we're looking at everything happening in the playing hall, what in fact happened is that there was a draw offer. A draw offer was involved, and Jan offered the draw. And after Kanya made a move, Jan made a move. And Kanya wanted to accept the draw offer. And now they're laughing. So perhaps a draw then has been agreed upon. Okay, they're discussing the game, which means maybe a draw. Yeah. I had to find out. Someone was actually there when it all happened. So, does chat need to clear out too? They did kick everyone out and close the doors, so that was funny. Okay, they're discussing the game. So I don't know what's happening. All that for a draw. You do not understand the pride involved when it comes to chess games. It is ridiculous. Punish them both. At least they did not play knight f3, knight d4, knight b5, knight a3, knight c4, knight f3, knight so-and-so and everything else. Did we see you on camera in the hall? The doors were closed. I couldn't go inside, but I spoke to Jan's dad and I spoke to someone who was standing there when everything took place. Punishment would be minus negative 0.5. I just want to double check if they did in fact agree on a draw. Jen is here. It says it's a draw. Okay, so they did draw. Thank you, Jenny. Okay, well, I think it's also online that they had in fact agreed on a draw. Okay, not a bad result for either players. I know that Kanya was putting a crazy amount of pressure on Jan, and perhaps Jan is relieved that after all of that, he got a draw. I know chances, both players had chances, Jan in the middle game and Kanya in the end game, but yeah, it's always better than losing. Did they decide to draw after the evil win 50-50? Well, there was some drama in between, of course. You want to rattle your opponent in case you do continue playing and then make a mistake. Genja and the Savior. Hilariously laughing. Good to see them laughing about it. Yeah, indeed. Though, yeah. But okay, I think we are going to call it there. Chat. It was a very long and beautiful stream. It's always nice to watch games and see how players react. Perhaps we should clip and ship this moment where players were just arguing over something. But it's always a pleasure to be here. I will definitely be here tomorrow morning once again. You can't rid of me that easily, I'm afraid. And same time, same place, and I hope to see you. I will definitely have more interviews ready. I will also make sure that our internet is good enough to play the YouTube interviews that are already out. I think I was like halfway through the Mkita one before it buffered, and we didn't even get to the juicy parts. She had some amazing answers to some of the questions. Okay, and it looks like the chief arbiter Ricardo is busy resetting the board. He's usually good at like general conflict resolution, keeping things how to say, neutral. But yeah, sometimes things go south very quickly. All right, let's see who's streaming right now. I'm seeing Kalia TV. I don't think I follow Kalia. We have to follow Kalia. Okay, so I just followed her, and I think we can give her a raid. She's streaming at the moment. She even has a Tinder command, which is interesting. Hey, I'm Georgiana. I'm Georgiana and a chess player and a gamer. I love to make people happy and learn with them. Chess, games, English. I'm here almost every day. If I'm not, you can follow me on socials. I see. Okay. Very cool. Well, let's go say hi to Kalia. Yes, thank you so much for the support, everyone. Without you, all of this would not be possible. It's always nice to get some positive feedback after a long day. And I am trying to put in as much effort as I can with the energy I do have, which is not a lot, especially nearing the end of the tournament. There are 3 games to go. So tomorrow is Saturday. It'll be 9:30 and 4 p.m. And then on Sunday, 9:30. Sunday, Coda will be joining us at the venue. I think Jenny just wants to bring him to the beach and also have a little friend. I told Jenny to stay home, but she will not oblige. Thank you, JR. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's no Tinder link here, unfortunately. But I shall see you tomorrow, and have a great day further, everyone. Bye-bye.